Hello and welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. My name is Jason Newland, and please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. Vinny is licking the sofa for some reason. It's currently 12 minutes past 6 a.m. Don't normally do them quite this early, but I thought, why not, eh? Why not? I'm actually in the process of rebuilding my website. When I say rebuilding, improving, just making it better, making it more useful, easier to navigate, easier to find stuff. Yeah, so better, I would say. And I'm using ChatGPT to help me do this. So it helps me to find stuff, to change the pages so that first of all, that they're all kind of the same design. Also that they're search engine optional, whatever, SEO. So they're more findable on the internet, on the search engines. Yeah, I'll go through it in a minute, what I've been doing, but I'm actually still doing it as we speak, because each time because I'm basically getting it to redo the code that's already in the page, and each one takes a few minutes to do. So yeah, yes, it takes a while, but ChatGPT is doing the hard work. My bit is just basically to give it what it needs, tell it what I need, and then give it what it needs to change, if that makes sense. And I know to some people this is probably the most boring thing I could talk about, but to me it's far from boring. It's actually exciting. Because if I'd have had these tools available years ago, yeah, I like to think that I would have been able to do more. Well, I would have been able to do more, but would that also be more that I could have just changed or destroyed or whatever, you know? Because I've got a habit of building stuff and then tearing it all down again. Or I used to have a habit of doing that. My plan now is really to try and stick to, well, if something's how I like it, then I'm probably, there's more likelihood that I'm going to keep it if it's how I want it to be. And my website has never been how I wanted it to be, ever, in 20 years. Now it's kind of starting to look and feel like I wanted it to. And I was never really able to do it before. I could do parts of it, and one of the benefits I mean, I've talked about this before, but one of the benefits that I've really kind of, not that I've got over other people, because there's probably millions of people that know how to read code, but I can edit the computer code, the website code to a degree. You know, I know how to edit a little bit. So, in a sense, I mean, technically, it means I don't have to rely on the AI to do everything, because I can then change it to how I want it to be, rather than, you know. So when it comes to like adding links, changing links, images, things like that. Yeah. Does that make sense? I think it does, kind of. Yeah. So before I start, I do want to say a big thank you to 3 people. First of all, Nicole. Secondly, to Cheryl. Why is my website just dinged? Did you hear that? Ding! And thirdly, to Jennifer. Thank you, all of you, for your kind PayPal gifts. Very, very much appreciated. I feel wanted. Thank you. So thank you very much for that. Also sending out my love to everyone that listens. And also, obviously, got a constant shout out for Molly, the administrator for my Facebook group, the Jason Newland's Boring Group, and also for Boston Chicky. Hope you're doing okay. And anyone else? Perhaps I should just do a shout out, just go through all the members and just like, hey, but that would take longer than the recording. What I'll be doing with this recording today, I'm going to go through the website, just let you know some of the things. It actually might be useful if you like listening to my stuff. It might be useful. It might not be. You know, there's possibilities either way, but I think it might be. Might. So let me just. We had a bit of rain yesterday. The air was fresh. It was like, oh. So this is what it's like. I'd forgotten all about rain. Nearly 56 years living in this country, a very, very rainy country, and we go a few weeks without rain, and suddenly like, oh, what was it like? Do you remember when that stuff that used to come out of the sky used to drop down and make you wet? What was it called again? What, the water stuff? Yeah. Oh, rain. You were thinking about rain, didn't you? Oh, yeah, rain. Oh, do you remember those days? Remember, it was lovely, wasn't it? Oh, we need some rain. Oh, I miss the rain. No one tells the truth today. We hate the rain. What do you mean, miss the rain? I could name probably one time in my life that I enjoyed walking in the rain, and that was on a summer's day. Really, really, warm summer's day. It's raining, and I'm soaked through. And I was in a bad mood that day as well, which is why I was walking in the rain. Just walking in the rain. ironically had a kind of a relationship issue, and I bumped into the person I was having a relationship issue with, and we were both getting wet. That's all I remember of that particular memory. It's a bit of a stationary memory, like just standing in one spot talking. I remember the exact road. I pretty much remember what I was wearing. It would have been a silk shirt, probably black, and jeans, because I used to wear jeans back then. I don't know why. Jeans have never been comfortable. Why did I wear jeans? Never comfortable. Yeah. I mean, once, I'm probably talking 16, 17, the fashion was to buy jeans, get into the bath, so that I think they were 501s, and they would literally stick to your legs. They would shrink, so you couldn't get them off, and you had to wear them till they wore down off your skin. You had them on forever. I've still got them on now. It was ridiculous. You know, I needed help to get them off. And it wasn't, okay, it was because they were tight on the legs. But the main issue was the feet. Couldn't get them over my feet. Struggled to get them on my feet to start with. Not on my feet, but over my feet to start with. That'd be me getting muddled up between jeans and shoes again. Don't get many shoes made of jeans. Jean material. Oh, by the way, Vinny's underneath the desk, chewing on one of his toy things. Toys. Right. Just need to quickly do something, because otherwise I'm gonna confuse myself. Oh, okay, done. It's fine. No, wait a minute. Yeah. That's the problem. I'm trying to do... I can't do more than one thing at a time. It's weird, isn't it? Because our bodies are doing multiple things all the time, and our brains are doing multiple things all the time. Our eyes are looking at multiple things if we can see. Our ears are listening to multiple things if we can hear. Or, you know what I mean? Yeah. Talking to you and trying to juggle these kittens is very difficult. So today is Friday the 21st of August 2026. Friday 20... Did I say Thursday or Friday? Friday 21st of August. So my birthday, blimey, can you believe it? I'll be 56. Why am I focusing on this birthday more than last birthday? I don't know, because 55 is in some ways more prominent than 56. Not that it's really a prominent birthday. I mean, 50 is, isn't it, I guess, as a marker. You know, I think in this country we kind of go as far as marking a birthday. I think 13, because you become a teenager. Then 16, 18, 21. Seems to be kind of markers. I suppose 16 because in this country, in England where I live, there's certain things you can do at 16 that you couldn't do before that age. One of which would be get married. Actually, you can get married at 16. Pay tax, all of those kinds of things, you know. I mean, someone once said to me, if you're old enough to pay tax, then you should be able to do anything within the law. And I kind of agree with that. But you can't get a mortgage at 16. You can't drive a car at 16 in this country. The vehicular laws are at 16 you can drive a moped. You can drive a car on private property at any age. So if I was born on a farm, I always think of being born on a farm, Superman. Do you know when they find him in his little spaceship, his mum and dad that live on a farm, and he grows up on the farm? But me growing up on a farm wouldn't mean that I had superpowers like Superman at all, really. I don't know why I associate farms and Superman. But then you wouldn't need a car, would you? Because you could fly around. It's got to be very difficult being Clark Kent. Can you imagine? I mean, I don't think they play. Maybe they do, because there's been a lot of different Superman TV shows and stuff, as well as the movies. But do you imagine if you could literally pretty much do anything? You know, as far as physically, pretty much do anything. You're surrounded by people. You live in a big city, so you can't really do anything too odd because people are going to notice, which is weird because in London I've seen some of the oddest things ever and no one cares. And I think it was during the Christmas period, I'm on a bus and we stop at a bus stop and there's a lady standing there, and we're talking a cold period, you know. December's normally very, very cold. She's standing there in a dressing gown eating an ice cream or an ice lolly or something. So that's the kind of stuff that is just normal in London or big cities. And I'm talking as if I know what it's like there now. It might be different now, but that's what it used to be like. It was just unusual things that aren't as noticeable as it would be in a town or a small village or in the countryside. And I've lived in all those different places, so. But then you've got smaller cities like Liverpool or Newcastle, Luton, or Leeds, any of the ones, pretty much, Manchester, that are smaller, busy in the centre, but from what I've seen on YouTube, there's some fairly unusual behaviour in those places as well. I guess it's anywhere, isn't it? I mean, it's not really. It doesn't feel unusual though. When I was in London, it was unusual when I first started seeing things that were very different from what I was used to. But it was not used. It wasn't different from what was inside my mind. So, seeing someone eating an ice lolly in the dressing gown, you know, in like -2, -3 degrees, is not that unusual in my mind. It's interesting, maybe amusing, maybe I wonder where they are mentally, you know, or that's just what they like doing. Maybe they've lived their whole life in the Antarctic and this is like a summer's day to them. It might be, you know. I mean, that whole going out in your dressing gown and your pyjamas, I've never done that. Like, I mean, in public. I mean, other than, I suppose, to put the rubbish out. Got to put the rubbish out the front. Yeah, I might have my dressing gown on in the past. I can't remember the last time I actually wore a dressing gown. I do have one now. My friend downstairs had both my dressing gowns at one point. I don't even know why he had both of them. Oh yeah, someone stole his dressing gown, so I gave him mine. And then one day he came up here, because he used to love being like topless. And I think he was up here and it was cold, so I let him borrow my dressing gown, like while he was up here, and he went downstairs with it and I never saw it again. I remember when his family came and like looked at the flat, they said they're going to have to order a skip for all the dressing gowns. We rolled around laughing. No, he only had about 500 or 600. He liked his dressing gowns. The thing is, on him it was loose. On me it was tight. Thanks, Vin. It's a difference between me and he was very tall. Well, I say he was tall. I mean, I'm pretty short for my height. He was tall. I'm wide, like in comparison. Although he was wide as well. I don't know how to explain it. But so my clothes, we didn't swap dress and swap clothes and stuff. That sounds a bit strange, doesn't it? But so he gave me a cardigan, and it fitted me fine. The sleeves were too long, but because he'd had it when he was a lot bigger, because he lost a lot of weight over the years. But he had it. This is from like quite a while ago, and it's a designer cardigan. I think I've still got it. Just reminds me of him, so I kept it. It's a nice. He didn't wear it because it was too big for him. So he let me have that, and then I let him have my dressing gown that was baggy on him, but the sleeves were too short. It was funny. This honestly, if I get an ordinary dressing gown, I generally have to roll up the sleeves if I do washing up, because I don't have long arms. I'm not what are those dinosaurs with the tiny arms? That's me. So it put on the dressing gown, so the upper body, it'd have loads of room, you know, so it'd be loose around his waist because he was very slim, and his upper body, you know, but his arms, the sleeves would be up to pretty much his elbows. We're very, very, very different body shapes. It's weird, but I think we both wanted to be a little bit like each other, because he wanted to get more weight on him because he used to be a lot heavier when he was younger, and I wanted to be taller. Now he's the one that had more chance of succeeding than I did, because I can't, you know, obviously. But, you know, I think when he was older, even when he was younger, he was always slim, but he was just bigger. Because he was tall, you know, because that's the thing with tall people, like really tall people. They can weigh quite a bit without looking like they've got an inch of fat on them. Because just the bones alone, they're heavy, aren't they? Now, I've never weighed someone's bones. I'm not a bone expert. You know, I mean, it's hard to... Yeah, no, I've never weighed anyone's bones. But I realised that about myself because I was so slim when I was younger. And the body weight, as I kind of got big, got older, put on muscle and some of the other stuff that I don't like to talk about, it sounds like fat. And my bone structure was clearly built for this type of body. It's weird. You know, for years and years when I was younger, I wanted to be a bodybuilder, I wanted to have big muscles, I suppose I wanted to be like my dad, because he was big and stocky, or still is. He wasn't a bodybuilder, but he was just naturally big and strong. And I didn't think it was because of my dad, like I want to be like my dad, but maybe inside there was probably, I suppose, a little bit jealous, because, not jealous, it's not the right word, but yeah, I suppose I did want to be big and strong. And both my brothers are much taller than me. One's like about 5'4", 5'5", 5'4", 6'4", 6'5". Blimey. I mean, how tall are you then? If your tallest, really tall brother's 5'5", what are you, 3'2"? No. There's a certain difference, like my other brother, he was over 6, probably maybe 6'1". It's a guess. I never measure. It's a weird thing, isn't it, measuring your siblings? I never measured him. You know, never woke up one day in a bed like, what are you doing, Jason? What are you doing that tape measure? You know, I wasn't nothing weird like that. I didn't measure them, but when someone's like 6'4", 6'5", when they stand next to me, they look huge, lengthwise. They really do. And nearly all, I don't know, I've noticed a lot of people slouch. My brother used to slouch. Maybe he was self-conscious, I don't know. I'd love to be tall. I'd love to be 6'5", 6'6", 6'9", 7". I mean, yeah, I'd probably get annoyed with some of the comments, you know, like people say, oh, what's the weather like up there? That would probably get a bit tiring after the first 30 years. But there is, you know, the only time I ever felt tall in my life, no, twice. When I was counselling, I used to go, I had 3, what did I have? Apart outside of private practice, I worked for Mind, I worked for a children and charity, well, it was like a young person's charity counselling, so I did those as well. So it's 3 different places, included my own place. And I also did another place which was a subsection of Mind, and it was for children. And it wasn't technically a counselling position, but they were only employing counsellors to do the job. So what my job was is to go into schools and sit for an hour or 50 minutes, whatever. Not necessarily just sit with them, but be with a kid who's got problems and they don't know what's going on with the kid. Whether it's behavioural problems or maybe the kid's just stopped interacting, whatever it might be. And I think I went into about 6 different schools. It took forever to travel between them because I didn't have a car. So relying on buses, it was in some ways, it was my favourite job, the favourite thing I'd ever done, because it was rewarding and it was fun, and it was it's kind of what I got into counselling for, that and the working with the kids at the youth charity. I guess I wanted to be what I didn't have, to be able to help kids, not necessarily in the same position that I was when I was little, but just, to be someone that I would have perhaps benefited from meeting or spending time with when I was maybe 5 or 6 or 7. You know what I mean? So that was, I think, becoming a counsellor, or training to become a counsellor, it wasn't a straightforward process of like why I was doing it. I mean, part of the reason was, have a drink of water first. Ooh, water. I got a delivery a few days ago, and they delivered everything but the water. And that was really the only thing that I really needed, because it was a hot day. I needed the water, because I get through a fair bit. Why don't you drink it out of the tap? Why don't you shut up? So I suppose for me, the reasons why I fantasized about becoming a counsellor many years before I did it. I want to say I fantasized, I mean, I just imagined what it would be like. Yeah, we know what fantasize means. No, I want to be particularly descriptive of this one, because you can go different directions with the word fantasy, can't you? I wondered what it would be like to help people, and I'm talking from the late 90s, long before I got into, not long before I got into hypnosis, but because I got into hypnosis in 98. But long before I was doing the free service that I do, before I started doing this stuff online. And so I because I was reading, I had quite a few Carl Rogers books, and also, what's his name, Gestalt therapy, Jungian, Freud, Whitaker. Then I had the Richard Bandler stuff. I'm just trying to think what other, Viktor Frankl, various different kind of psychotherapies, counselling, kind of stuff that I was just interested. So I was interested. I thought that it would help me by reading that stuff. It would help me internally. I'd absorb it, and natural changes would occur. Natural positive changes would occur. But I did also read it from the perspective of being a therapist one day, doing that. But I didn't really expect to ever do it. And I suppose the circumstances came, the stars aligned, as it were. and I was in a position to do it. I'd looked into it. I'd started so many different training courses that I didn't complete. I mean, the only courses I ever really completed was the NLP and hypnosis courses up to that point. And so I suppose one of the main reasons, okay, at the time I'd lost my job. Well, they'd forced me out by saying go full time again or leave. So I left because I'd been ill, so that's why I was on part time, and it just suited me better. I could never be full time. I just for whatever reason, I just didn't. Just too lazy, maybe. I'm not lazy at all. If you saw how much stuff I do here, you'd think, wow, he watches a lot of television. Wow, he eats a lot of chocolate. He doesn't do anything. No, I do a fair bit, actually. Just a lot of it is behind the scenes. So you can't, well, I can say you can't see me doing it. You can't see me doing this, can you? This might not have really happened. How do you know it's real if you can't see it? Ooh. So the circumstances kind of came right in a way. It's like, okay, well, this is the beginning. I don't know, it's probably about June time, and I thought I'd already been looking at the course online. I think I maybe had not the magazine, no, I did. I had the university magazine of courses at home. So I knew which course I wanted to do, which was the university course was counselling studies, but the first 2 years was person-centred counselling diploma, which meant that I'd be a qualified counsellor. And then the final year was the degree part, that turned it into a degree. So I didn't have a job. I signed on for a little while without the intention of staying signed on, because I decided pretty much as soon as they sort of gave me that ultimatum to leave or go full time. Plus they were like laying people off, and the place closed down about a year or so later, maybe a little bit longer. So I kind of looked like the place was going. So I thought, it's not really an investment to stay. I'm just going to be in the same situation in a year or two. So I thought, no, I'll take a gamble. And I was very lucky because where I was living, because I was in a Buddhist community, so I knew that if I didn't have rent for a few weeks, I wasn't going to get kicked out. They needed the money, they needed to pay the rent and, the mortgage and stuff, but I knew that I wouldn't, they'd be kind, which I think is valuable. So, because in a way, my landlord was a close friend, so, made it a bit easier. But I did pay the rent in the end, but there was a few weeks waiting. So I thought about it, and I thought, well, basically what happened to start with is, because I was volunteering at both a alcohol charity and a drug rehab place. So I know I've told this story probably a few times, but not today. Never today. Not today. It was ages ago. Ages. Because basically the previous year, so I started university in, I guess it was September 2007. I became unwell at work in, I think it was around August 2006. Maybe I'd been kind of doing a bit too much outside of work, because from January, as well as building my new website, I was doing the free pain relief service, and I was started making recordings, and so there was a lot going on, and I was doing basically this whole thing started in the beginning of 2006. And I was seeing people in real life as well, doing therapy and hypnosis anyway, not counselling. And doing a free pain relief service, going to people's houses, handing out thousands and thousands of leaflets around the town for the free pain relief service, which I was doing during my lunch break, after work, before work, weekends. So I was kind of knackering myself out, to be fair. So I think I was even working on a website while I was at work. The works. Did I say work site or website? I was working on a work site when I was at web, and yeah, it was a bit too much. Yeah, there was a few bits. It wasn't just that. It was just a few bits going on. But so I got a bit unwell. But I had a couple of weeks off or whatever. But then they allowed me to go back part time. Then it worked out perfectly for me, because when I went in, I worked hard. I got a lot done because I knew I didn't have to be there for long. So I'd go in from 9 till 2, something like that. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, so I think 5 hours a day. Perfect for me. Absolutely perfect. It wasn't perfect for them though. So yeah, I mean, that was one of my... I look back on it quite fondly, actually. Why does fondly sometimes... It sounds weird. Look back on it like a bit of a fondle, in a fondly way. Fondly. Never thought about that before. So yeah, I really made use of that time when I wasn't working, which made the days... I was still probably doing a bit too much, but I didn't have to rush around. So I'd finish work, and it got to the point where I would... Because at this point... Because I started off at a place called Norcas, which is a alcohol charity. They also dealt with gambling as well. I don't know if they're still there or if they changed what they deal with, because what I've noticed is sometimes charities, they change the client base based upon what funding is available. So they might have a bunch of counsellors, but if there's no funding for alcohol, then they might start to see people for relationship issues, or for maybe military, or it could be. So I guess they have to go where the money is. And I started off there on a Monday evening. This is like early in the year, 2006, while I was still full time. So I was going there one evening a week on a Monday, and I started off by doing a course, and I was doing 6-week courses where I was basically doing some hypnosis, some NLP, some exercises to help people to kind of move away from and cope with like not drinking and stuff. And at the end of the night, we did like a half an hour, 40-minute relaxation session. Then I started recording them and putting them online. And or uploading them onto the podcast. That's right. Anyway, I'm a little bit muddled what happened in what order, to be fair, because sometimes I think that when we started doing the CDs, which would have been early 2007 or late 2006, we kept running out of CDs, so used to give people who was sort of saying, "Oh, I like the relaxation groups you do, but what about when I'm not here? Can't listen to your voice when I'm not here, can I?" And I said, "Well, I thought you heard voices. Can't you just change them to me, one of them to me, and relax yourself?" I didn't say that. And someone said, "Why can't you make a CD? Can't you make a CD?" And I thought, no, because I'm thinking quality-wise, no, it's going to be rubbish. And it was rubbish, but people liked it. So what I did is I did a CD of a live recording, converted it to CD with the help of, and this was at the alcohol charity. So we did that. This was early 2007, I think. And started handing out the CDs, but they kept going. Honestly, they were doing like 20, 30, 40, just printing them themselves, getting blank CDs and just printing out a cover and just putting them in, and they just go. People would be taking them. And in the end, they just said, "This is too expensive, so we can't do this anymore." So then that's when I felt like really got more into, okay, I need to start putting them onto my website, the recordings. So that's when I started putting all the live recordings I'd previously done, and then started to make recordings at home a bit more, like more often. But I was already doing it previous in 2006. But it was, I guess the podcasts that I was putting online, it wasn't for people that I knew. That was more, I don't know, it just seemed different. Knowing the people that were listening. It was a bit more, because if you just like this recording, I know that no one pretty much that I'm contacted with in real life is going to be listening to this, which means, like my dad, I can swear and say naughty words like poo and willy, because I know that my dad's not going to be listening. If you are, Daddy, I'm sorry. I said naughty words. Please forgive me. Please. I'm only 55. I can't help it. God, as you told me off for swearing the other day. The grandkids are here. I said, the grandkids, nothing. I said, was like, I'm 55, he's 80. Oh, wow. Still getting told off. So yeah, I think one of the reasons I wanted to do the counselling course was it was an opportunity to get a degree. And I didn't really believe that I was ever going to get a degree. Yeah, I left school with 0, less than 0. You know, I've been watching on TV, on the news, that young people now have to keep redoing the exams until they pass. And I kind of thought about that, and I thought, well, why? Once you leave school, that's it, isn't it? Who's going to drag you into school to take an exam? And what's the punishment if you don't do the exam? What, you're going to be put in prison for not turning up for an exam that you don't want to do anyway? That flummoxed me. Now, I understand, you know, if someone fails an exam but they need it to complete the course, and they need that course to be completed for the, you know, the diploma or the qualification, so that they can move on with their education somewhere else. But it was just like a 16-year-old leaving school and they got no interest in academic stuff. Why should they have to redo it? I mean, I literally, and I'm not saying this is a good idea, but I didn't even attempt to, apart from maybe English, but I still didn't win that one either, but I didn't put much effort into, well, not even to pass the exams, but even, you know, I just scribble and write stuff on it and just fill in the answers, multiple choice questions, and I just tick. I wouldn't even read the questions, I just tick whatever. You know, A, B, C, I just tick, all the way through it. Like 50 or 60 pages, tick. And I figured that, you know, if I just tick randomly, there's a chance that I could get a good grade. There's a chance. I was wrong. I got the worst grade in history. And I've researched this, I've travelled the world, and it was the worst grade in the whole history of education. But, yeah, I didn't care. Just didn't care at the time. Back then, I wasn't interested in school or getting qualifications. I mean, as it was, we used to have basically CSEs, O levels, and A levels. CSEs and O levels at 16, or in the 5th year. We didn't have year 3 or year 6, none of that. We weren't. That's all kind of Americanized. That's been going on for quite a while now, but we didn't have it like that when I was at school. So when I started high school, it was the 1st year, then the 2nd year was the 2nd year, 3rd year, 4th, 5th. In the 5th year would be the first lot of exams. I don't know if the mock exams were in the 4th year or earlier on in the 5th year. I forget. But anyway, I didn't do O levels. Now they've got GCSEs, which has been for decades they've had GCSEs. But when I was there, it was CSEs or O levels. O levels were for the more academic people. CSEs were for less academic people, I guess. which meant if you did a CSE, well, if you wanted to do A levels, which would be, the next year, I think, you would have to pass your O level. CSEs didn't lead anywhere. They didn't really. It was just, there you go. It was like a consolation prize, I guess. It's like, well, you attended. You turned up. There you go. And to go to university at that time, you needed A levels, like a certain amount of A levels that were relevant, I guess, to the university subject that you wanted to study. So it's quite precise. So it mapped out very, very easily to sort of like, so you know what you had to do to get where you wanted to go. But I didn't want to go anywhere. So there was no map for me. There was no future. It was just foggy. It's like looking into the fog. That was, apart from Christmas, the night before Christmas, it was still kind of foggy in the future, but it had a lot of Christmas lights in there as well. It's a lot brighter and cheerful. But I didn't really kind of think about the future, as in what I wanted to be, what I wanted to do. I didn't imagine living in my own home or having kids, getting married, having a car, a mortgage, just having a good job. I didn't think of any of that stuff. The kind of things that I used to think about was, I'd focus on, when I was at school, it was karate. The last couple of years of my schooling, all about karate and training and hitting a punch bag and practicing my kicks in the garden and lifting weights, and just that was the only thing I was really interested in. And I suppose if I was to do anything, there's two. Yeah, I think I wanted to go to, where was it? It was Australia, and become a monkey boxer, which was a style of kung fu, monkey boxing. Have a little bit of water again. So I had a collection of martial art books, which would actually show the styles of kung fu, and it'd map it out so you could practice, and so I used to love all that stuff. Monkey boxing, that's what I wanted to do. And I suppose for me it was fantasy. There was no reality in the future, it was fantasy. So I'd kind of daydream of going to Australia and rolling around on the floor like a monkey. Yeah, it never happened. Funny enough, didn't happen. But I had no academic dreams as such. Well, no, at all. But I did like the idea, as I got older, of having a degree. Just not necessarily doing the degree. I think the only thing that appealed to me about doing the degree is to have 3 years without having to go to work full time. That appealed to me. Just to have a break where I could focus on something that I was interested in. And that's kind of what I did, but it wasn't the counselling I concentrated on. It was this, making recordings, making videos. That's what I focused on while I was at university, as well as, you know, the coursework and the training and the counselling part. But it freed my time up to do this stuff. So that was, in some ways, they were 3 good years. It wasn't, all good, but there was some good parts of it. So I suppose it was kind of like a dream. I never expected that I would ever get a degree. Just basically, based on my past academic inability. But what I did is I applied for the course. I lied. I said that I had A-levels, but I didn't have any access to them because I said I had O-levels and A-levels, but I didn't have access to those because they were all destroyed. And I explained that I lived on my own at 15, and the life was a little bit up in the air when I left school. When I was doing the exams, I don't think I was even living at home at that time. I might have been. I lose track. I was working full time at the chip shop, I know that. Had to have a bit of time off to go and do my exam. So I turn up, and the rules were, the exam lasted for maybe 2 hours, but we could leave every time the bell went, because the bells were on, was it every 40 minutes or something? So every time the bell went, if we'd finished, we could leave. So I would just finish it and then just wait to leave when the bell went, and just hand it in just with a lot of nonsense on it. Now, if I had my time back again, you might think I'd say I'd put more effort in. No, probably not. I just wouldn't have turned up, which I didn't to a couple of the later exams, because I started realising, why am I turning up? I've left school. I've literally left school. I'm not at school anymore. I'm working full time. I've got nothing to do with school. What are they going to do? Are they going to come and arrest me? They didn't. And why was I sitting there because I had to wait 40 minutes to the next bell, and I'd be sitting there and I'd have the exam done within about 3 or 4 minutes, just randomly just ticking here and putting weird answers, and that was it. I'm not proud of this, by the way. A little bit. No, I'm not. It just is what it is. It's just what happened, and it's not the right way to do exams, obviously. But I started thinking to myself, why am I sitting here waiting in this big hall, loads of people still writing, and I'm just sitting there waiting for a bell to go? Why am I just sitting here? I think that the time before I actually didn't turn up anymore, I just said, I'm going to the toilet, and I just didn't go back. And I realised after, like, you know, a few hours of hiding that the police weren't going to come and get me. So I thought, okay. And there's nothing, they didn't care. It was done, wasn't it? It's like, probably didn't even, but they wouldn't have even noticed. There's a lot of students to deal with that wouldn't have noticed a couple missing. So, I mean, you obviously have to have a register. They tick everyone off and stuff. Newland. Here, miss. Or sir. I used to like to misgender the teachers. That's one of my hobbies back then. Call the lady teachers sir and the male teachers miss. Not all of them. Definitely not all of them, because not all of them would play. But my maths teacher, definitely call her sir. Yeah, he used to call her a lot of things. We didn't get on. I think she wanted to be, I guess she wanted to be a teacher, and she wanted to be in charge and in control of me, and it wasn't going to happen. I think she struggled with that a little bit. Yeah, I just didn't, just wasn't my thing. I know I mentioned it before, but only 3 teachers I liked during high school. 2 of them were RE teachers, religious education teachers, and the one I had for the first couple of years, he retired, and then the one that replaced him, she was lovely as well. So they were both lovely. And in the first year, my maths teacher, Mr. Johnson, he was lovely. But then I think he got ill or something, and he didn't come back. But he was the very, very first teacher when it came to an academic subject. I didn't really class RE as an academic subject. It was compulsory due to, at the time, living in a Christian country. So we used to sing hymns at the beginning of the day in an assembly. We used to, so it's just, it was kind of spread throughout the whole school. It was just and back then most schools were Christian schools or Catholic schools. What was my point in that? What was I saying this for? Oh yes, the RE teachers, they were just quite chilled out, really. The maths teacher, Mr. Johnson, he literally, I remember, I was just like sitting there, and he was explaining something to me and making it much easier. I remember his big beard was tickling the back of my neck, and eventually he said, I'm getting a bit uncomfortable here, can you get off my lap? He was lovely, I really liked him. So friendly. He had this hair, I know a lot of people have hair, but it was more like a lion's mane, and it was fine. I don't mean that like, whoa. I just generally very fine hair, and it was quite long, probably down to his shoulders, and he had it back, and it was just really perfect. And his big beard, lovely big beard. I like big beards. I don't know what it is. I think there's a safety in it. My dad has a beard now. Never used to. Well, he did used to when he was young, but then I think that became unfashionable, or his wife at the time said no more beards. So before I was even 8, I think, or maybe 8, he shaved it off. I remember he came downstairs. This is my dad, not my teacher. He came downstairs and we were looking at him, me and my brothers, and there's something about him that was weird. He said, "Well, have you noticed anything different?" I said, "Is it the bucket on your head?" He said, "No." My brother said, "Is it because you're standing in the toilet?" My dad said, "No. And how would I do that if I was downstairs?" My brother said, "Well, there is a toilet downstairs." And my dad said, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I keep forgetting about that house." You see, it makes sense in the story, but you've ruined the story by kind of doing this. It's a bit of a distraction to be moving around like this in a story. You need to kind of just tell the story as it was. And my oldest brother said, "Yeah, but that isn't really how Jason does it, is it? In his podcasts, he moves around, doesn't stay static in a particular story, and that can cause a degree of drowsiness and calmness to fall over a person, to calm their mind, because they realise they don't have to listen if they don't want to, which is potentially a nice thing. And I looked at my oldest brother thinking, what are you going on about? He's shaved off his beard, isn't he? Because I think what my oldest brother was doing, he was yabbering on while he's trying to figure out what my dad had done different. And what is weird, because once we realised he'd shaved his beard off, we rolled around on the floor hysterically laughing. Now, I don't remember why. I don't know if I was doing it because my brothers were doing it and I was just copying them like a little monkey that I was, or if my dad just looked silly. Well, silly, you know, as in like so different that it was funny compared to how he looked before, or the fact that, more likely, the absurdity of not noticing something like that. And it's not like he didn't just have a little beard, he had a big bushy beard. The kind of beard you just want to grab hold of. And there's a degree of, you just feel safe being around it, you know? As a little kid, I used to hold on to his beard and he'd walk around, and sometimes I'd actually hide in his beard. I didn't. Why am I saying stuff like that? It's weird. So that first year of living with my dad and his new wife, because I didn't know my dad before the age of, just before I was 7. And I mean, I'd met him when I was a baby, I guess, but I didn't remember him. And I was basically like a little baby for a year. I was tiny, so I kind of got away with it. But I was the baby of the family for a year until my little brother came along the day before I was 8. So I used to ride on my dad's shoulders, you know, do the old giddy up, holding onto his hair and his ears, and my dad was so patient. And then sometimes he'd have to kind of let me off, you know, so, "Oh, we're getting too heavy now." I didn't realise that he had a bad neck, like really bad neck from an injury, you know, previous. And my dad was probably absolutely not enjoying it at all, especially having his ears pulled. I don't think anyone enjoys having their ears pulled. Giddy up, giddy up. Remember I was on his shoulders once and I said, I said to my dad, can you take me to the sea? He said, well, I will walk you to, because he was on the beach, I was on his shoulders. He said it'd be easier if you actually get the other way around because I can't see. So I got around and he said, if you face the same way that I'm facing. So I did that and that was easier for him. So I was on his shoulders and I was faced the wrong way so he couldn't see where, because that's a really silly, no one would do that because it's just absurd. You know, the visual, you sit down, you get on the shoulders and you face the way the person, if you're a little kid, you don't get on the shoulder. It's just the silliness of it, you know. It's I can't be bothered to explain it. And what else? Yeah, I used to sleep on my new mummy's on her lap when we was out in the car. And go to sleep and cuddle up to her. That was nice. And I used to get in the bed with them, try and crawl in between them. I was like, honestly, I was like a little baby. I hadn't done any of this ever, probably in my life. And suddenly, I mean, I was 7. It's not like I was old. But I was probably quite old mentally for a 7-year-old. Not educationally, but just quite streetwise, I suppose. Because I had to be. And I regressed to being a baby, basically. I mean, not literally. It wasn't like, mama, dada. It wasn't any of that stuff. But I was very clingy, especially to my new mum. I mean, in a way, I was like a monkey. Just keep coming back to the monkey idea. I was like a monkey, I suppose, when I was on my dad's shoulders. Hitting them on the head. Giddy up, giddy up. I was like a little monkey. I was about the size of a little monkey. Wow. That was my favourite year. Probably the favourite year of my life, that was, between 7 and 8. It was just... It was a happy year. Generally. It was just, you know... Yeah, special year. Special. Oh, my website. I'm half fallen asleep now. I think I need to go back to bed for a little bit. So my website, here's what I've done, right? It's at jasonnewland.com. When you go onto the first page, so you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 boxes. About this service, let me bore you to sleep, send me a PayPal gift, latest recordings, podcasts, stream podcasts, podcast apps, Facebook group, social media, and contact me. That may change in the future, but that's what I've got there at the moment. So if you click on about this service, about this free service, it just goes through, you know, who I am and how long I've been doing it and all that stuff. Okay. The next one is the Let Me Bore You to Sleep. So that takes you to all the episodes that you can download. So there are 1,652 different recordings that you can download for free on the Let Me Bore You to Sleep. Some of them have just one recording, probably at least the first 1,000 do. After that, especially all the latest ones, have 6 different recordings, all included in the free download. So, but there's 1,652 to choose from. So you can just go down and just literally you can download the whole lot if you want. It's all free. And then the next one is so send me a PayPal gift, just a bit of information on what I do and why I do it and stuff. And the next one is latest recordings. So whenever I upload a new recording, it will be on that page in a playlist. So there's a playlist there of 2,240 episodes, 14,280 hours and 35 minutes. So if you played it, it would continue playing for 14,280 hours and don't forget the 35 minutes. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff there, a lot of recordings. The next one is podcasts. So here's a list of all my podcasts, a little bit of information about each one. So let's click on Let Me Bore Your Pain Away. So again, it takes you the same as with the Let Me Bore You to Sleep before, with the 1,600 different recordings. So I got 43 different Let Me Bore Your Pain Aways. The same kind of things. Some will have just one recording, some will have all 6, depending on how many I had saved. Anything new that I do will have all 6 recordings. And what's another one that to relax the stress and panic attacks? 205 recordings. So yeah, so that's one. All the different podcasts are there. So Let Me Bore You to Sleep, Deep Sleep Whisper, Jason's Bedtime Story Time, Let Me Bore Your Pain Away, Relaxation for Stress and Panic Attacks, Sleep Hypnosis Daily, Jason Newland's Sleepy Boring Objects, Stop Nail Biting, Stop Smoking, Stress and Pain Relief, Breaking Free from Control and Manipulation, Chronic Pain, Healing from the Inside, Q&A Friday, Sleep Hypnosis, and lastly, requested recordings. So that's cool. So that all the different ones, and you click on those and it will take you to a list that you could just download for free. All for free. Then you've got stream podcasts. So this is basically, it's the same podcast as I just mentioned, and you can click on it. On this one I've got the Hypnosis for Sleeping Deeply, because that's a podcast on its own. With the other ones, it's a mixture of podcasts that all go on to Hypnosis for Sleeping Deeply. So you can click on that one, and it's basically an embedded player, which that'd be exactly the same as latest recordings. So that's there, and you got 14,280 hours. But if you was to click on Let Me Bore You to Sleep, 8,115 hours, 1,723 episodes, but that's including the 6 versions of each. Still quite a few, so there's a lot there. So that's the stream. So basically the stream podcast, it's the embedded player within the website for each podcast. The podcasts link takes you to the actual recordings where you can download. Podcast apps, this is something that we've had a few issues with over the years, but I've tried to sort it out now. If there's a podcast you like and you want to know where it is, if you can't find it because Spotify maybe has got too many of the same recording in my name that it might not be playing properly, or just, it's hard to find it. If you go to this one, which is podcast apps, that's the page, there's going to be more, but at the moment there's Spreaker, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music, Dash, Audible, Castbox, Deezer, Podcast Addict, and Podchaser. I haven't got SoundCloud, so maybe I need to do that, but there's only 2 recordings on SoundCloud that I could it's up to, I was going to say it's up to you. I could do that. I fell asleep while I was talking then. So what I got is, so if I click on Apple for view podcasts, it's all the podcasts that I mentioned earlier. So I click on, let's go to Relax the Sleep Hypnosis Daily. Click on that one. And that takes me to the Apple page for that podcast. Or if I want to see Let Me Bore You to Sleep. Let Me Bore You to Sleep. Listen on Apple Podcasts. Let Me Bore You to Sleep. And I can play it there. So, and it's the same for all the different apps. So it's the same list, all my podcasts on all the different apps. So let's say, Podchaser. Go on a Podchaser, and I want to watch, maybe that's where I want to listen to the Let Me Bore You to Sleep on Podchaser, because that's my favourite thing. And it comes up. And then what you can do is you can subscribe or follow. Yeah, and do it from there. So it's all good, really. There are more podcast apps out there, but these are the main ones at the moment, as far as for me. So what is it? 1, 2, 3, 3, 6, 9, 3, 6, 9, so it's 9, but I could probably add another 10 or 20 possibly, but I don't know how many of them will have all of my recordings on there. But Apple Podcasts and Spotify, definitely the 2 main ones out there. I don't know how many of mine. I mean, I'm going to have to sort of every now and then just check the links to make sure it's all on there. Listen on Spotify, listen on Spotify, listen on Spotify. Oh, okay. Interesting. Listen on Spotify. Oh. By the looks of this, they're all available, apart from one. How strange. So, if you're struggling to find stuff, see, this is what I don't understand. Like, the Spotify one has not updated, so it hasn't got the one that I did last. It's got the one from the 10th of August, but it hasn't updated to the last one I did, and I don't understand why. Because it's definitely been updated, uploaded. I wonder wonder. But yeah, and that's it really. So I'm gonna well, it's not it. Let's see if there's anything else I need to show you. I mean, I might have to do some fine tuning along the way, but that's okay. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, you know, just to make it. Oh, brilliant! I managed to really. I managed to come out of everything, lock myself out of everything. That was not my intention. I mean, really, it was not. I can't tell you how much it wasn't my intention to come out of all the websites that I was using, and I had a lot going on, and now it's all been. It hasn't deleted what I was doing, but it makes it a little bit more, not quite as easy to find what I was doing. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Right. Hopefully, if I go to pages. Oh, okay. So Castbox. Just check that that's all done. It's all done. Yeah, it's all done. That's cool. Right. I'm tired. Yes, I am. Right, well, thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way, maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice. Maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me. and I'll just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, pressed the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed, and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really. It was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings now, for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep. Without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring, and I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring, or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. Breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. Feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity. With a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed. So deeply peaceful. Completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down. Slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Drip in out of every part of your body. And being released brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, 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 so very deeply. Relax, so deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper. And deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body, are also feeling peaceful. Deeply. as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Deeper. Relaxing. Very slow. Your stomach. Peaceful in your stomach. Your back. Notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine. From your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles. Your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body. Tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. Letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting. Mind just wandering away. Happy to let go. Let go. Completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go. Even more enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body. Just to notice your forehead and your eyes. So loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. space to breathe so much easier. Loose. You may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. Total peace. Calm. So calm. Letting go. invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. And things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are syncing together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply, and those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead and any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus so heavy, yet so light at the same time. And all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth, relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth, your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and loose and calm. And now the back of your neck, focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back, and as you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back, the top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips, so down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks, and all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. And that feeling of those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth, and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones, and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms, and you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. comfort spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. Focusing now on your hands, so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace. It just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels muscles in your shins completely. Feeling in your feet, so peaceful, so calm, so peaceful. So calm. Letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine in a way it's like just walking down some steps, and each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. 12. 11. 10. 9. 8. 7. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes, your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. As we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. You may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep, and if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 4, 3. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like you're you're counting down from 10 to 1, what do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try it again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And how does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip. then goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors, otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can have that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs, and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins, muscles and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone who's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay. Can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs. Shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway, so maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. Focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs, and there's that movement of energy. Because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff, it's inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible, absolutely amazing things. Your ankles are truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, but they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair, and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing, but it's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. Just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So, no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally, and part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply, and maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body, effortlessly. And just observing the sensation completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts petals from a flower, just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them, you just need them, you require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. Six. 5. 4. 3. 2. One. As you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body, we're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching the fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension. Just generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately it's just a feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. That sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. That's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy has not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason, no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, as our birthright, as part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. It's very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity will turn around and leave you alone. Stop. And that negativity will disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? Feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm, with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, it doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more